I forgot to turn on the mic. My mistakes happen. Mouse's reward. I didn't know that. Makes me happy. I think I like Mouse a bit more. I really like this paw. So cool. I'm done. So I took my ADHD stuff and should be able to concentrate. Well, theoretically. You get 1 10 per Rodion. 1. You whacker. I don't like you. I want Elizabeth. Next is Bina, and I need her more. If I have to decide between those two, I am sorry. I like you, Kira. I really do. The next Viporg is too important for me. No, it should be a while. I am unsure. Next Viporg could be any time. One more. Yeah, gambling addiction. Huh? Can't. No. I get nothing out of getting mad about it. Now do I? Oh, I didn't get pulse yet. There's the wrong one. 70.
예술가로 살아가려면
That is the wrong
좀
button.
더 일찍 일어나는 편이 좋답니다.
Faust.
이른 아침은 전시 준비를 하면서 마지막으로 작품을 손보기 좋은 시간이니까요.
100. Now it's 270. That is the wrong one. 30 more. Well, plus the upgrade thing. Let's start with 15. Not enough. Yes.
일어났나요?
Finally. What do we get? Are you afraid? Ah. No. Noticed. Wait, I have ping. Ping. That is ego. ID Uptime Module. Oh. There we go. That's what I was searching for. And Uptime 4. I already know your story, sorry. And my voice is already gonna die enough today. Don't need it to die a bit more. Be not helpful. Aww. Not nearly enough. I have so many boxes. I can do this.
나쁘지는 않았구려.
Even if it hurts.
나쁘지는 않았구려. 붓을 몇
And I'm gonna have to do it again for Marisol.
정화는 끝났나?
Damn, my voice is already dying. I haven't even started. Right, that's the average me experience. Moving. Don't have wing for you yet. You don't have wing. I like it. I like Chef Yoshu. I really hope Pop Day 5 for her. Yes. Obviously you. You are under level. More level it gets. You want the entire wing experience there. Minus
어둡다는
Rodion
결과에
because
들뜨지
I need
말도록
the lunacy.
우리가 사냥할 고래는 더욱 크고 사악하다.
That already enough. Well, you can watch me live be completely unprepared. Isn't that a delight? Not really, is it? This box 16 is okay. I have enough of those.
시연 준비가 완벽하지
More
않았다는
than
건
enough.
학점으로 치자면 B. 그럭저럭 나쁘지 않은 점.
여행 연습치고는
Can I reach
나쁘지
level
않은
100 today?
느낌이었다.
That would be nice. Okay. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not gonna continue counting. You do. Will you please? Should have just taken you. Sadly, no new Rodion. Well, what can you do? Damn, we're already dying. I haven't even begun. You know where? Hopefully not for Gregor. Would be not ideal. A funeral was held for Martin. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths through my journey with the sinner. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. I guess it's not normal in the city. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Marisol, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral procession. Adequate all manners of question pointers. Expressing one's suspect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit shadowing for 1 second? Have you ever forgotten the instructions to carry yourself with solemn priority that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I'm reading in one voice, fuck. I mean, I'm out right now, fuck. Didn't I tell you to read the manual? I even underlined all the important parts for you. Ah, the manuals. No one reads them. So is she? The wall of text was just too much for me. That's a lot of text. Too bad I'm not reading it. My focus is blazing out from page 30 onward. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in Tico? Those speakers of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not the one with threat of the dead? Threat of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died. Oh no. Wouldn't have been a property dispute being big enough to involve the Ufi Association, notorious otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just as intentional in prevent family strife. Intentionally and normally. Is it? If the situation was indeed as thou say, then there was no helping it for. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. No. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. He was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years worth of local newspapers pretending to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in the manor, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linden, in their minds, was now a grievous brother who had been conducting research for Death's sister's sake. Nobody questions it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just checked on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail gilded and glossed over with the glowing glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? Circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff's running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with executing of the will. What are you doing, Cat? I assumed that sort of impendium ways pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have posed. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems that funerals are far from being an everyday custom in this city, where the city moves quite fast. There's no time to mourn the dead. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs, just because an irrelevant someone has died and the price of real estate data makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We just leave them where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have it stir up a load of draft rumors, eh? rumors? You know, rumors where there being valuable bones or an arm being someone's fantasy prosthetic. All that what? Better not let the dead go in peace. Better let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sword to later desecrate it. In Hangyan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next reconstruction day. Bornheim scoffed and his head, and Bornheim scoffed and hung his head. Oh, toys foolishness, all of it, comforting the soul of the departed. Another Medasti? All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a brighter excuse to cling to on. And those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head back so low. Head? Head disappeared. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a fellow quick goodbye test. Shorter still. Ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respect. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So I suppose you're leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor is stable enough to travel. Dante says we remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis. He said the thing. In the battle against the farm nurse father. He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. Psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Wait. I don't get to use Greg. Why did I look at Greg? No wait, I didn't love Greg. Why did I even look at Greg? And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Sinclair? He? Yes, you. SE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means that what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation and a request for permission. What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. Swipe or two on your skin. And maybe some talk therapy, that's all there is to it. Of course if we had your consent, every of research could be vast. No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite incessant requests for research and observation purposes. Oh, you have no idea we had to get boss to fend off the SCA's real world observation department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spread the research, you see. Asthma. And had we allowed them, they have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. Why do I get a headache when talking so much? At least you could do things as in the... Be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved the researchers here. We're filling out the funeral hall after paying their respect. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking here on my own. Just don't want any paper. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. You can do it. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded really ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book marginally. Enjoyed while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for the PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true, the average corporation doesn't give more than a week of a year. What the fuck? As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers ceased to plan. Wish carried wheeling him away. That's not very good work time. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Greg. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. I'll just keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Okay, that has a sound effect. The only one keeping me company now, where Ryoshu been filling the air around the cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner of for Vesper and Valley for the new colored fixer whereabouts. House was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Cat behavior. The exercising the Gesellschaft? You have to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had to apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had indeed intended to discuss with you and this sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA does CH. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? But who interprets her? Not that I don't appreciate it. She snaps at me and tells me find someone else and whenever the issue came up, but I can't the choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of which requires interpretation to yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. And it would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with a relentless questioning. Oh, hi! There you go. Yes, you're very cute. Who else, pray, might know where he is? If thou knowest thou not, now listen closely. The one Isaac is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The ACCA person who were cornered on you and to have a false interrogation regarding Westworld's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backwards glance the moment the captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade. The most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, I would be going to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2, that is assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Hi. You're very cute. Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinners 4 has proven to be counterproductive as such. You tasked to report. Words are fucking gone. I should swear less. To report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eluded mine understanding as well, pretty. Allow me but a little time to uncover this mystery. Really? The manager's word, not Sinners Ryoshu. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present song is a welcome one. It was simply that the rotation and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choices and workflow has become sufficiently unbearable. House hopes this was not some different scheme devised to elect House Corporation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation to backdoors located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the ones monitoring the entirety of 5 ground assault operations, and Cedar 4 has humiliated does not bear repeating. Do we go into the House of Spiders right away? HOSR. Hey? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust? Sure. Hi. Yes, you are extremely cute. Let me. Oh, that is not what you want right now. I am sorry. You want a shoulder? Is that better? Or do you just want to lay down? You want to headbutt my face? That is an option. Okay, that is a microphone. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, that's my mouse, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring cat. What are you doing? One more member? Seeing me tilt my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Here, she has regained consciousness. You're powing. That is very cute. No, you could just lay down. It's a lot calmer. And I'm not forcing you to it. You can continue headbutting my mouse if that is truly what you desire. No. Now you're headbutting my microphone. It is indeed very cute. And now you're licking my hand. I do not like that. It is cute, but I don't like it. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an integration chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. Okay, now you're laying down. That is good. We like that. Probably a direct order from upper management. That was the moment. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction by keeping the cost reasonable. Okay, so she doesn't get prosthetics, she's just connected again. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are in this town? How is reasonable? A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemical. Words? Chemicals? Fuck. Oh, you look good. She was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Was someone recovering from bicycle? She didn't look much different from how she appeared when I seen her through the cinema shadow. Hey, at least I got a cool scar. She was captured alive for the extraction of information. Yes, how far along is the process of the extraction? Don't we have technology that can just take that? It hasn't yet begun actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant question can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what are you even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a certain inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comics book, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to puzzle. And now you suddenly need money. Give me some reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as... That is not a good voice. I'm a curious, biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation the company anticipated as a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be the disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and the precision cost of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this unaccomplished average, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack therefore. If this project income statement will suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be recommendation for immediate disposal. Hey, Hohenheim always had a way with words that would prickle and sting, but with Kira, it almost felt as if he tried the unusual turn of a sharper knife, intent to swing right where it hurts. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of you guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of a cooperation level with retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike you, the typical backstreet syndicates such as the middle corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that make incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the middle and the combat prowess found under the tongue of the great boy of the middle, these two considerations are likely what increases your value in the eye of the company. You get zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. That I yawn about. Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator will simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract all necessary information without going through internal steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is particularly limitless. Proof serum, hypnotic suggestion, eternal shock, electrical shocks and stimulation, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approach. It may entail complicated and effects. I do hope we bear similar predicament. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual, leaving the fighting chills of his threats to sink in. Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will refer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The SE had only just finished laying dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to this waiter? I was still caught in the thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Reader. You heard you get stabbed in the back by Matthias? That's not true. Kira wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he didn't exactly get to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family coming from him, a middle much thrown out of his kennel. Does this sound ridiculous even to you? Doesn't this sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a DB only by technical, a great brother only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it everyone hoped he'd disappear, quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. One uncle. Same treatment for me. Being his bred, not surprised. It's the... Is he for the bowl cut too? Same taste? Same taste? Oh, young Ryosho, could it be that thou also does harbor a passionate zeal for fiction? I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. You're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. DQ or a SYNC right in this instant. What does that mean? Operate quietly or snap your neck completely right this instant. Think isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it. Okay, take a talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strongest ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, think! It's so random! Who even says that? Ryosho didn't bother to reply, simply chewed the mouth end of a cigarette. But is this really the right call to her? We're probably people he needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone. Look, they even confiscated her book. You think the minute so excuse her loyalty means so much for this way that she spiders? Beside? No, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerks. But, alright. Hero pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face. At least she didn't argue back. And we caught Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been singly adjusted. Now then, let's use the head. Let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The Spectre is waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira tailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Another member to the team. I like you. Clear within 10 turns. So, who is coming with us? Oh, actually quite a few. Oh, Sinclair? I thought you were gone.
전시 준비는
You.
나를 점
You.
찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도
That's all
함께
three I have
준비하라.
right now.
소재가 준비됐어?
You will be there later.
문을
자, 해골 고래를 향해. 고래를 향해.
어쩔 단
부름이라면
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
There we go. What egos do I have equipped? Let's go, sure. I think I want that one. No, wait, you're charged, aren't you? So this one would be better. Soda stays. I'm never unequipping Soda. You are continuous buff. And regret is equipped too. You... This. What else? It's good. Next is you are fully equipped. I think I like you. Wait, should I use charge? Let's take this bleed. Mountain meltdown and this one. I do not like you fluid. I'm gonna continue hating a fluid sack. You. Or you. You're both good. What is your passive? I think I'm taking. No, the other one is also very good. Pink title. How many more? Wow, okay. And Otis. Fine. I think this is okay.
왕의 행진이다.
So, only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked remarkably different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed, but Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. IT, who might those people be? Looks like some shady bastard moved in already. Or I guarded with deception prompted Hohenheims to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. Team's introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us to investigate into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporation entity partnered with Limbus Company responsible for providing portal technology. Oh, you're the ones who are gonna cause a wing war, aren't you? Has on priority occasion been referred to as the new or aspiring W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have talked. I have no idea what gender you are. Talked you the new L Corp, something we have in common. Hello. I still don't know, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember that company wing to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizons he's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old A Corp has already fallen, where W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. Field operations unit frequently deployed to deal with non-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand field operations units are almost always understaffed anyways. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Ellen gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greetings. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Ellen, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise? Before Faust could even name my greetings, words spit out of Ellen's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my thinking didn't bother him at all. Picking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had to rehearse. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager said it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this. Oh, are you interpreting? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. House didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Ellen had pinned on her, but she nodded anyways. He quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question with Ellen carried on with phone. He's referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? I wonder who we're... Wait, when are we fighting? We reviewed the agreements now. I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed here with a pointed look. Hero responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got plenty much nothing if it's about Robo and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there where she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering materials. I see, what kind of materials? Human guts, all that. We come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets, Any more details? Can you stop prying? You low-key pissing me off. What? That literally all I've got for real. For a moment, Ellen leveled Kira with stiff expression, and even before he could register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Ellen. What the fuck? I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easy, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off. She stood there before blinking, eyes round and wood. Actually, wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of action was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira read from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Now, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. Dude, what the fuck? I do not like you. I had no intention of damaging your company's asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan. That sort of contact may not be an insult in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do we understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies, I will keep that in mind going forward. I do not like you. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hona had a decision. He gets to talk me in the face and walk off scot-free? Oh, freaking annoying. Fortunately, her grumbling didn't escalate and we were lashing out at Alan. He had punched us now though. What was that? It is a behavior that defied the standard law of physics. Presumably a form of technology used like by Wave Hammer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator, we should give manager and whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the wing's protected turfs. The other two on the left, remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I have no idea where they actually lead, but it's all blowy. It seems that all the information we can provide will that suffice. We now know that the doors likely connect to the area that's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I proceed with verifying which door shall we test first? We start with the one scenario mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jabs, Alan began setting up various devices on the door and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Are thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Young. Just as once, there are procedures for handling overfield operations. Okay, let's see what's in here. It's pain. What the? Some kind of wildlife? Dante, could you scoot to the side? Away. The moment. Oh, thank you, Dante. Okay, what do we have? That looks like one of the things from Leave a Company. Not Leave a Company. Abiotic Factor. Name running once. Crocodile? Where? Ears? Gorilla? Snake with legs. Bear? Whale. I think. The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room full with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote or our usual suspect. Holy shit, this scale is just insane! That's the way from 8 Association's Great Lakes special issue! Hero seemed beaten down all along his claim with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Ada soloed one shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered though. Organisms of various sorts can be identified here. Singularity modified outskirts spawn. They look almost alive. They're not. That's not right. No, they're. Not the. Though Woborink did say that the wing has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Oh. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving one. Everything here's dead and meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horned display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That aside, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eyes of a second kindred of House of Terror. What is it doing here? What? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the way was another kind of exhibit. It contains items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, staring with a crimson, oh there it is, eye that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts likely hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Taoism, probably a main studio, at that which comes with a master's artillery and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Honan could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps close in from somewhere nearby. Wait. Oh, you look cool. You have quite the ominous sound. Turning towards the sounds of shoes clacking on the floor, found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. That presence it kind of feels like Harper. Hey, no way, that's not a wait, boss. We can clear at our levels. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retaining is not a viable solution. Retreating is not a viable solution. The door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite the solution. We must stall until Ellen is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tensions thickened, one of the strangers who walked here bone mass stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. You came through that door? Then the house's fall wasn't just bareless rumors. A stray little spiderling fallen from a parent's web. How many years has it been? Who are you? Ah, right, it makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you. As your tutor. Didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right? Yes, that must have been what I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey. Into predator's curiosity, yet cavernous, resonating howling rings a bell. You're that maestro whose lessons was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benno was... That's right, Emil Benno. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remembered you because you're the technically of hides and guts made for a passable artwork. At first glance, it looked like Ryosho was casually making a trip down memory lane with Mayasu, but I had a feeling she wasn't, like, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence, how much longer until it's ready? Jack Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. The Kyoto, who had been shouting the wings symbol, struck by the discovery of Kimbo's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It's by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable junction to try Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that involves Don Quixote removing her shoe will not be dignified by a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoe, because he had opened his mouth as though he was about to report to Faust's rhetorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Ryosho's blade. I was going to try using it anyway. Long wanted to see if Mayasu's death is any different. Telling him that we just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual's presence here would be quite a fascinating specimen to the artist of the wing. We are probably a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is impossible that they will allow us to return unharmed. House is right, she and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryosho is the wielder of Shiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the wing has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easy. Are you sure about this, Ryosho? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not sure about this. Think of that woman as Lei Heng. Do as you did in A.P.'s mansion. They take care of the West. Wing, that's probably our best shot. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryosho meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the following flow of time. Cut from the Ayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us time to get away. This floor of the expedition holds only houses submissions from students and instructors. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable others that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of Faustism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would prefer to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible, a shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring a Shiki makes it worth the cost. Do you want a taste? Flickering Ryosho's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Shiki is no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of your master and the relic false. The Maria's only blade gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryosho recoil. The shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestros engaged shifted towards the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own, as though the attack had been experienced to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, didn't you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshida. What do you think is Serpent's light strength is? What are you on about? Ask any student and they give you the same predictable answer. Deadly venom leaks gates. Why, it's lamentingly disappointing. The maestro advanced to quarters. Anderson certainly. Then sees the vague thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaws and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structure refinement. The twice coiled wing on a wing finger gave up a cold glint and the walls go down. Began to echo with the sickening strange quake of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of forcing materials with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a slave? Yes, punched her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. The sheer presence radiates a pressure of the oppressor. That only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim. Is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the eagle gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through hurling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow? Oh god. Ah shit! Was Kio's trying to push back against the serpentine arm of his still sealed blade. Kira! She suddenly had a change of heart and wasn't aware of it. Shit, wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. The look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. Admit it. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you fling quite the quantities of tattoos onto yourself. Aha, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fuck it, no. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. The thief were gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must have been instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent when the bodies chosen to flash heads on. So the behavior phase of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training, unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. First station ready. Lifting lock now. Kira's thermal weapon emerged from their sheaths. With her metallic clang, she used the recoil of the motion to get back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke his arm from the deadlock as well. The master lashed out again with the monstrous limb, but, this is a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow you a glimpse of the badass from that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opportunity, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictable, however, the sheer force of Maria's arm instantly reduced her to a wet sludge on the floor, and Bone, sending her remains crashing into the Ready to initiate lockdown, so we seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieved organic remnants of Sinner free. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote's students on the ring, surrounded here, bearing her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for we the exactly way didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the wing tail behind her to the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk of that no one in their right mind would want to take to lower her head and defeat. And so she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking? Diving in like that. You don't just stand there, get over here now. Huh? But this guy's gonna let it in if I... You, GTM, want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the master's arm by a hair as it comes down on her again. Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the door, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead first. Lockdown seems to lead. Our back door links have been cut. Fortunately, Ellen managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Okay. Think you can still use your arm? I'm fine. So she says. Hero would be strong enough addition to fight for us, but the wing member that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call. Whenever and wherever. Thank you, Otis. You're always there. Hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me. I summon thee. Malika.
순탄치 않았고 때로는
Still
어설펐지만
imperfect.
여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게
Hi, Kira.
만들었습니다.
Oh,
그렇게 여기서 멈추고 싶지
I
않아.
love your music.
단테
Give me a few. Oh, I love your music. Middle Style ist crossed out. The what? Einfach nur. It's just watch now. There's no middle anymore. Oh, your theme is. Oh, I love your theme. Oh, sorry for that, but I love that theme. Farewell festive student costumes of the wing. Artwork preparation. Target's novel mortar glue. With expression. Finishing touch. For hitting if target does not have sinking. Must find it. There are beasts that fall in and out of the bow. With the school of Force-driven, yes, but true artists must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who feel from beast to beast as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Furthering inspiration. Impulsive. Wild bow. Pain and open. Really like this affection. I wonder why. Couldn't tell you. The first step is always but a single enemy. And when with every quest for art and beauty, another beast is layered on top of the previous specimen. Oh, I really like you. Oh, and your theme! He sang! Oh, he's saying. There's nothing I can do. Going away.
하룬, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Minus. Doesn't matter now. Everyone is glowing. Ah, okay, Marathon. I want to say. Well, except that I'm quite happy with it.
방금의 공기.
I always have the problem that I forget what I want to say. I guess that's my human curse. I guess it originates
매번
from my
기발한 발상을 떠올리시는
autism and ADHD. What a pain.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼 해주시면 좋겠는데.
One of the main problems I have.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 평상시와
I have a
뒷부분
problem I have with study of mine.
외워야 할 불법과 개성은 그만 맞죠.
봤어도 이 정도
Look at her, she has something
흔들흔들.
special.
기회 아니야?
Okay. Don't weapon. Sadly, there's no passive here. Panic, energy, level. That. How far are you? 9. Still quite a way to go. For your skill.
대성공이야. 가른
I
신나.
never know what to say. That's my biggest problem.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 잘해주셨네요.
I want to talk about
네,
things.
뭐
I've always...
지금은
What is it? Oh yeah, wait, that humans hate me.
두렵진 않아.
That is my biggest problem in life. I
어릴 땐
always
몰랐어.
wait. What
왜
if people
엄마가
don't like me?
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마.
That's also
그
my,
외부 관상이
홀려버려도 구해주지 않을
no, my
손가락
big
안에서도
problem. I wanted
배우라는
to just do a
실력자들이었을
weekly
거야.
mode and stream it, but I'm
너희가
always wait
보여준
that humans don't like me.
혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬던
Human problem. And I don't have human solutions for them. Oh, Ishmael.
아이씨,
짜증나게.
You really are something right now. Sadly, nothing good for me. Ah, we have one more.
볼래.
How many are there?
슬랩.
We get takedown. Huh? That was a bit of a waste, but that's okay. After all, a dead enemy is
피해
better than a
산출
living
없이
one.
예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
저런 비교
next.
지표가 있는지 모르겠네. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로
I don't know if
전송해줄게.
there will be a next turn. I really like the Oikos, that's why I put her over. My favorite power. No power. More.
그래.
I am sorry.
이벤트는 보여줘야지.
Little one.
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 이항에 맞추려면
I
그게
win
제격이지.
a buff for this one guy. Poor guy. We don't think he
승객이
deserved that
빼꼼한
one.
건 뭐겠어.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히
그래.
관리자의 지위가 동반된다면
Should I flip a
승률이
coin?
상당히 높군.
Know what they say. All gamblers before they win big. I hate you, brain. Only the first one. The penalties are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely bested by ill luck. You just listened to me and picked another door we wouldn't have gotten if you weren't gonna trust me, Will. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD, what's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say it, duh, or something. Or just spell it out. Say it was anticipated. That's me. WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfair does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by our measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an immaculate smile. He seems totally different from the same man who had manhandled Hero with a fist to her face. Those houses won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the wing's turf clock, and those beasts have endured as long as any faction with the wing. They've got that much history. They must know many back doors, both the original and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryosha was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if it were the case, it is unlikely they would move to the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack though. Even that Faustus Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the events that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situations? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional troops beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all back doors related to procedure tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security frame should be able to cramped and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? The new scabbard's fault. Ryoshu lifted the sheath sword with an irritating groan, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. Its quivering most faint. That's when it was seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like it wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about this. Good. Ryoshu gazed lingering on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back door. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of our here? Ryoshu, do you... Is it an SL? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This present a fine opportunity to conduct another experimentation of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The tech just now damaged some devices. So we're going to have to perform some maintenance before counting. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you are away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하지.
Excuse me? Huh? Does this work? No. Everything is... Why isn't it recording anymore? What the fuck? Oh, it works again. I don't know what I did, but it works. What the fuck? Ah! What the fuck? Can't do this to me. Pablo.
미안해요, 파우스트. 갤러리 운영에 대한 자문 요청이 들어와서.
Surely as a good sign of faith. One more. I'm not going over 50. Come on, at least give me the noun, sir. This is the last one. You hate me. You hate me. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? I cannot use anymore. I need to save now. Why do you despise me? Bornheim brought us to what looked like a research lab. lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus company following Operation Spider-Fire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operations. Irregular phenomenon. An example. Research subject is such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of sinners, Eleven's sign, and the manifestation of possible futures. Oh. Looking around, I spotted a Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather afterwards. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment included, the a good catch. Analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now on. At the least. The scanner rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it sways almost feels like a child trembling. Moving again. Come along, Riosh. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Riosh and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh, hi, Vesper. It was Vesper Quapco, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. What? Snack thief. Snack thief. Manager. Come on, snacks, miss. Those wing bean ate up all of them. Oh, he's gonna die. But I think there's been some misunderstanding. Work, kick his ass. Work, kick his ass. Not only is this a matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen, super tricky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying superpowers, bitter. BP mode able. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my bag now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Everyone forgive this time. Next time, no mercy. Oh, Karen is great. Let's make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. She just looked on with an expression is carrying the snack who signed Vesper's bag. Make sure to remember this so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left of this trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vesper gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it in his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving it for later. You were being picky. Now you know it. It's still season coming up my shit. The quiz next to will kick his ass. Molly. I am aware that half of the total snacks budget each dinner is being funneled into your snack express, and now you're waiting the ACE supplies as well. Chill, that's what's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. What did you say? The lines on Shill's look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and his brooding silence with my ticking dogs. TikToks. If we learn anything about Sinclair's sign, Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals as the managers and Sinclair due to the limited access to the phenomenon. The only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. House has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia, that only a select few could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate not suitable references exist. At present, the research effect is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait. And could those guys do whatever Sinclair did, put in some super powerful future self and just whack everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Wardian gets loose. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then, White Sinclair from the future said each sign carries different powers, I think. Maybe you know those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Goma or Sanson dragging us into stories? Those could be. Hey, that does seem plausible. But none of that information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion on this subject would not venture beyond the realm of quite speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in suspicion, but it would seem that the researchers are focusing forth a hypothesis from the vestige left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that's better sign, maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The freshest position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principle of the science work may be equivalent to those of a singularities or relic. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is no means? What am I talking? No means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see that nothing came out of him dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. No, I I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. Oh. I skipped that one. Joel Sinclair wouldn't even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately for the better, I think. So did anything happen we should worry about? Esther closed him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some old blood and more skin samples. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electric stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly, and it happened, or... Oh, okay, bye, cat. There you go. You fade when you gained consciousness, and you mentioned memories that from that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they ever come back. Actually, Faust said it only exists in my future self, so... Wait. But for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which confers a paradox it would seem, In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch amongst many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of carelessness, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains, more fleeting than dust, diminish to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not as certainly, but plausibly interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Did you kicking off proper out there? Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that last other geezer, right? Not just that, he was using Mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing wing thing? Yep, the glowing wing thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. He used the glowing wing thing? Glowing wing thing. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about them. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing wing thing anyhow? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capabilities? I mean, yes, that's flash arrow that makes really tough one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? I don't know, could be a secret thing they pass down to the members' technique gear, something like that. Look at it. That black pony leader, that lay hang twig and the nursery fort, whole lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even amongst the LCD there were those who came to wield it, and Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastard can use it? Some push, top end trick, is it? Without anyone particular pushing it, the sinner slowly turned their gaze toward Virgilius and Vesper. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a serious understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers? Fixers, says thou? Yes, even the technique to make manifest it. How to tips easily spread through hair. Oh yeah, that tracks. The Super Wookiee column in the last bonus bit. Bro was really hopping off with his straight up our farm. Oh god, my brain. Straight up our farm with a Shin Mang wrapped around the weapon. Must yet my eyes are yet to be me to touch a map in a video. Wait, you serious? It's the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Huh? Alas, for may a week have I been stranded from method, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicles, but the latest ones as well? Woe is me. Woe is me when I return ashore, peaceful the night upon the noble exploits of adventuring fixers. Don Quixote dramatically spiralated into a state of utter dejection. Otis cut in to the conversation, a gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mentor of Shin grants its user high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcements without supplies. No power that magnitudes come out at an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its outputs is not consistent like prosthesis and argumentation. And depending on how it's used, the consequences depend on which level comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it takes a toll upon the mind? It can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observe, I appreciate to be a technique reserved for those who consider its strength at our current level. It is not reasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the June says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vesper's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits. I think he's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he used a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exonerate every sinner, Yisang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contracts and sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon in extraordinary circumstances. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, and what about me? Can I learn it too? You had been fighting with fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and ADHD. As though she could put the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the million nursery didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach me, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sin. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such power in the first place. Vesper's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too. Or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she had her tongue. Version said it a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to the sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming that the company decides to tolerate you. Your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virginia said that I couldn't argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now we're just working together, not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryosho returned. My voice is dying. I'm dying. Present the conclusion first, noting the notion of the swords being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather a paradoxical nature, yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? We are garment missile made the scale quiver almost as it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a hint of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibilities, it probably approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such as Mosaic, would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Therefore, there's no need to fixate on the impossibility of the matter. Granted, until such matters are reserved for scientists to hold on to. Why? But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Ryosho's memories, though again, this too is merely a possibility. A far more practical venue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis to the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the wing nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off, slamming his mouth shut as any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd construct in our conversation. Alright, then before we go, anyone wanna tag along? Munching on food, advertising gays, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way the folks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intensely listening to our conversation. Where are we going to? Alright, so I forgot the West. Weren't there with us earlier. Faust and Kyoto, Ryosh, and I've been checking where the back doors lead. Oh, and Kyoto too. Prisoner of War talking about me. Hey, I guess I'm working with them too. Yeah. Best remember, but carefully. Anyway, enter some wound. Best remember to tread carefully should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive man, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatever. You are needed at Otis with her mocking pout, and oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, why am I tired? I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the wings corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you occasionally. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your condition of my loyalty also makes I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war. Betrayal. Have you in this... Hi! In this self-pursuit with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing your safety. I get it, Otis. You made the point. Cleared up. Not keen on how I just kneel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy. That better I stick by your side and scrape it out myself. Hey, cat. You probably don't need me to come along then, I guess. You can't just summon the rest of us like you did earlier. If shit hits the fan. A researcher just unfinished holds my effort. I shall join you once I have found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. Wherever you're going, I pass. I will follow if that's your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some work. I'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. How's Gregor doing? For now, I should go see Ellen again. But how's Gregor doing? Oh, humans don't like it. No, Gregor.
기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를
Why is my
먹여주지.
nose itching? Ah, you arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through an isolated door with the highest probability of leading into the wings gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping, I was saying you have more to tell us about the gates door. Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw a beaner going in, all hyped about some can't experience, whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Papa girl in there to cross out vengeances, from what the book said. It's probably a turf protected by a thumb, subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a singular door, here was now feeding it in a stream of intel that seemed to solid even to someone as clueless about the backdoors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that, Ellen's character roughed her up from what I've heard. Yeah, you think she'd come clam up out of spite. I wonder if he changed her mind about cooperating with her. Nevertheless, I have a hair in my mouth because of Cat. We mustn't let our guard down. Fuck. How did you manage that, Cat? There's no telling when she turned on her. Thinking I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the stores first. As for the highest wisdom, I continue checking and letting you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the device around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Yes, that means we're starting with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Yoshi suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. Do you recognize the door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshi stopped speaking when a fragment of memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? Should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. Did Mary just know? Eye to eye? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one. Here we go. Patient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and trotted in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its date, it seems really well because located in a nest, most likely a park. If we start walking here, just weighing some animal along, means they got money to burn, hopefully rich lots. This place. The walk past Ryoshi mentioned in memory. Sight of people fussing over their pets. Pieces clicked together. I was the memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Ever come here with a puppy named Sparrow? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Sparrow was a bit bigger by then. I should have finished my homework faster. Huh? Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. I know. wanna go for walkies. You love walkies, don't you, Sarah? There's this workshop that Dad always visits. The door that's connected to a park. You can go right now. The ocean shine of memory burned white in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid. Really, such gentleness. The stone seems most unlike you, young Ryoshi. Hey, Doc, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know this is not something I can control. GG. Good grief. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of the ocean's past. Everything. I wasn't quite sure. This time though, her memories seem to manifest everyone around, just like what we experienced in age group. probably. Why you are staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Not see that. Did you not see that? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. And again, unlike how I was supposed to do Indian and Hong Blue, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Did a doppelgang found thy companion? Old young Ryoshu, indeed. My one and only best friend. And because of that sorrow, would be locked away in the void every time I had to depart on a silent, spiral-driven first ever leash locked looking back in. Might have been a kind of fate if she died soon. To inflict cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Sao in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Sao wouldn't stop whimpering in pain and I shut myself in my room crying. You and not someone else. Who else? It was me. Even after witnessing the fragments of memory, he looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution and said he would be complete the next day. And what I received was something he called Beast Bone Blade. A tantrum that would whine and yelp and Saurus eyes with every swing. No way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Ang. That's how he killed a dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saurus. That Tanto was alive. Stay alive? Bloody hell. A white nutter, that psycho. The eyes were embedded into it like dormant, and they stared at me in accusation. Tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight. I felt pity, so I shot what remained of the time with my own hand. Got me thinking after hearing all this. Why do you still mess with this art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that you wanna steer way clear, huh? Right, those things we call art were all so cursed. Wait up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other wing artwork outside Albina and her nurse, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. I was terrified at first, yet I learned more. There were some facets that suited my taste. Now find this appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, looks like he paid to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is solely subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horror, is a beauty that lies in the grotesque and all. Can't say I quite get it, but you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's inflation of it caused night terrors and nightmares for us. You came so fast. It trembled, but there was once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors sprang from nightmare in the house of spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of winged stuff like your days. I need to check something. We've seen enough here, let's go back. Yeah, nothing else worth checking around here anyway. The fighting stage. What are we fighting? When the inspiration completed, we quickly followed Ryosha back. We stood in front of the artwork covered in sheets of clothes lost in thought. White here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. What's wrong? Over there. Though I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. You've returned, Yoshida. Decided to attempt installation art of somewhat larger scale this time, but ran out of space in my gallery. People were screaming. Here is Yoshida. Aya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Really, this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arya will. Let's get you back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. I was crying. Sorrow, no, too big to be sorrow. Electorate memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. Well, we could tell Ryoshu everything we know about Arya, but it never truly reached her. I see this hollow void. This must be Arya. Sensation and emotion from what's been impeded began to entangle with Ryoshu's memory, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Arya together. Soft weather Arya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Ellen pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places ended up stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. How'd they get in here? Daryl Kira pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling that looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those wing assailants from before. Didst thou not say thou hast seen the door earlier? How then does the villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, the objective appears to be the retrieval of the winged Nursefather's artifact. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we're pulled out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. Got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself, or is it just a case of premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweat and struggle to direct those mediocre pieces with them pretty funny. But imagine how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name or their description. Like, pretty uncanny. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the wayfarer or SAE person is stationed here. Executive Manager. It would important to eliminate them without delay, considering the wing's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine.
늦으면 리피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
wing speed. It was pretty awesome was the wing speed and stupid. Don't think so. But maybe I'm stupid. There's always 80% possibility of that one. 90%.
방금의 공격 혹신 그 자체야.
Nothing new here, I think. Nope. 40 instead. Oh, that sucks, Otis.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, that's a failure, Otis. Yeah, no, don't break me yet, so you're lucky.
저 격차는
Oh,
오래
that sucks
버티지
for you.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을
이렇게 찾아졌지 않아.
당연한 결과일 테지.
Everyone. Please stop. At least she's doing well.
바이올렛,
How is
레이커스.
you, Wolf? Dagger, that's fun. Yeah.
자, 봐라. 아까부터 두들겨 맞더만
Nine.
배급박이 헷가닥 해보는 것 같다. 보기 주잡스럽게
Power counter.
가서 모가지부터 부시기 해보는 것이
That should not go wrong. 1, 2, 3. Die. Oh, it's nice to see.
피해 산출값이 예상외로 벗어나는데요?
Loaded too.
뭐가 치워라.
그래.
저는 그게
반쯤 죽여보자.
잊어버렸지만
이상한 맞추면 그게
전송
책임이지.
어릴
아,
땐
뭐,
몰랐어. 왜 엄마가
Oh, free.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못
One more
섞게 했는지.
turn.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게
지금은
가르쳐줬던
두렵지 않아요.
Fuck you. Next turn gonna be painful for them. Wait, which state is this called? I'm not sure.
부족해 찾아졌지 않아.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I think I'm back in a second.
나쁘지 않고.
그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요. 저분이 포기하지 않는 건 악에 바친 고집 때문일까요? 아니면 차마 내려놓을 수 없는 자신만의 이유 때문일까요?
Talking doesn't bring much if I have to think about it.
자, 이제
어.
이것이 진지하게
하다 보니.
만나셔야지.
내
별로 어려울 것
죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
두렵지만
Slowly. Okay.
그래. 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
I am sorry, little one. I am really sorry.
엄마는 물이라면
그다음에요.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 우와, 지금 완전
놀만치
삼촌들이
노른 것
고모대
같은 게.
같았어.
이제 싸게 치워불고 들어가자. 고생들이었다.
And re-cleared. With this, the last of the wing's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? We also kept glancing around us, searching for someone, but unfortunately no other wing members were inside. Quiet, but where the hell were those lots coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of the swords legging it in from the back like they've been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance system device installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. The company, if I recall correctly, designated this as the corridor of the millionaire's father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your distance assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia catalog, the notable characteristics of the corridors and all of their connections below. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Eva seems to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are crazy, are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so I got nothing. Never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The skybound gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryosho in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremor, we began to move towards the corridor of the middle.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
Thank you,
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
Oh,
지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을
more
울리지는
enemies.
못하더라도
how much do I have?
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지
Not
않은
nearly
작품을
enough.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Who's underleveled?
왕의
No, not Rodion.
행진이다.
I'm not talking about my toy box, hey? I had hell many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couches too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those ACE research hauled them away. From the sounds of it, they're going to set them up in the staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Oh, seemed to know something the moment she could give a look. Corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. She spoke with faint nonchalance. Who knows? Which sufficient cooperation as they become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I tell you about what I know, so come this way if you want them. Those two doors you made from paper and wood, they connect to escrow. And that one reinforced with steel. That one leads to F-Court, back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of this, I have here a clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door the company had asked us to explore. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work! All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient, them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp drains either, is it? It's as simple as turning a knob and entering. Seems to me you'll space your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with too convenient sentiment. And it's come to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim wafer superiority over the Grand W third, I take this as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost here. Happily said, but this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided. You understand that Wafer company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services. Hey! There you go. Some never return after embarking on pathfinding journeys. Some are killed by battling monstrous entries. Those examinators have been confirmed yet, that appeared in the liminal space between paths. Also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path well secure. Then our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with helmet off. Must be on one of his just in case. Maybe his dry smile, you are so good, Cat, lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most hours. Still, our work's gotta consider easier for the job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. By the way, let's take a look at the last door. This door. The door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door and seconds I crossed over to a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell. Pickled lips on my nose. My cloud can. Wait. This one connects somewhere in the kitchen. Lake seems. Yukop Stingray? Giant Stingray portrait. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. What is the private hair salon? Oh no! He flipped giant in the shadows though. The sheer weight behind his world terrified him. Oh, that was signifying that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hair the most luscious. Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lad. Why encourage me now when you were so chivalrous about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed, at last this is true. The punishment brought upon you, mere bands has outwit the crime. Wouldn't thou not agree, Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smith? Ah, bugger. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet! And can I use them? We were regulars at the Papa and me. I want to ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons with him. They give me a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... What am I even yapping about? All excited. You know, he's ready to launch. The sheer van came from an abrupt pause. Like a bike, whipping over a ledge. The face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed February. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me as so well. So why is it gonna be so complicated? Matthias gave you it yes? BC. Not here. Rex or BC. Bowl cut? Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshi seemed always relieved when Kyo correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that Dave. That if I look that she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Think back, every sinner's translation became reliable enough. The sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer curses to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making acronyms ridiculously incompetent on purpose. If conjecturing is correct, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know of that conflict within the trifling and appropriate maybe, yet we are all compelled to appear as the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know what these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so? He tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. About shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like Yoshihide learned in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshida's fail, you know? Too bad I wasn't there to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized he never understood the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, though, says Greater, was there that had changed his perception of that man? That? I don't remember. When or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I'd never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias might have been taking out ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me a video where he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video. I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kyo went on, Ryoshi's confidence from her initial report seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And the glimpse of the fragment of memory made her say that. The moments I wielded it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across her eyes. Very well, Yoshida, I will register in an institution that is not entirely dismissive from school. There is an substance of the wing. Academy? You sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kinda makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art? Ryoshi muttered a few words as though that were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and looked mightily irritated. Look, you deserve a smack. Ow! He lightly smacked me upon the head with a skull. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perception of Matthias. Daddy, how do I go to school? You usually I don't see why you would wish to, let alone need to go to the institute. But we nurses are here to provide you with all the education you require. Homeschooling. Would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than bargaining through any of the educationalism. That's what everyone who homeschools believes. But Dad, I saw him in our picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Win, and he's pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition. That engenders competition. Very rarely I will register in an institute that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. Really? And to send you to an academy as part of the education curriculum. There's an academy of art, a subsidiary of the wing, companionship with other talented children of approximately her age, with nourishing the spirit of inspiration that will guide you through this growth. The prescript approves. But, Callisto, I tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? You elaborate if you can, and puppet of the prescript by whom every aspect of the existence of what do you even know of choice? What was it, right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would prevent what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. I'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along the lectures and spout about purple poses, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Why do I have a bloody academy in white rooms? That just doesn't seem like the best idea for cleaning purposes. Our lessons today focus on corporate techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know where even leading about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of the slogan is, trying to shaping body vessels make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read it in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring. Hello, gore stuff. No? It's it's gore, but it swings and it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad cause your daddy is a lame corporate? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just this. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing killers was actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just that I thought to dislike. That's all. That I was taught to dislike. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids be kids and all that. I'm home then. Hey buddy, you're home early, man. Must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anyway, did they, buddy? On my cheek? But it's okay, cause I punched him this many times more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? You know, just get some business to take care of. Or just sit tight and work on a coloring book. Daddy be home. Boy. Well, they're fucking gone. They're dead. Is it work business? No, it's family business. Ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them sorry thoughts don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Yeah. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, admit it doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Oh. There you are, you see. It's class time already. My diligent little girl wonder who she's taking after. Dad? You know, you sent me back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the wings bastard tricky maze. You know how they are. Ah, the wing.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah, and there are so many civil birds here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. As for the instructor, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these creatures under control. In that case, person to title 2, section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he, such a senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animals. Do not be discouraged, dear. I have eyed out yet another I can be worthy of your talent. The much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an impudent berserk like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. I don't wanna. Yoshida, I don't wanna go to, I don't wanna need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hope he more than anyone would never find out about the thing I held dear. Because I was afraid he would take them away from me just like he did the other. But he always catches them faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whoever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scout had been stirring lightly as Ryosho countered her pass. We counter pass soon began to rattle doing that thing again. Ryosho patted the scarab with gentle, reassuring hand. The scarab that was once a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was defying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expression gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking that through his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine, existent, unlike Ariel, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the winged nursery seems to have been here. Been the least awful parasitic figure in your childhood. Oh yeah, didn't know that Mobank was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf. Oh, hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads. Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, but threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was once so excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, Les. Well, with that cover, do you guys wanna head back? Hang on. What's up? Get that luscious treatment before heading back? Got it, you. That ain't it. Look there. Those clothes walking out of the saloon. Bastards, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the wing art movement in direct different districts of the city, especially that of the forces scales. However, various evidence such as their mass and the fact that our group has imminent drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the ones marginally irregular into the House of Spiders. This is LCV speaking. Female Ellen requesting immediate comments of lockdown sequence. Copy that? Then why don't we? Holy shit guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You smack them in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and Rose and Sisters of a Minute here. Be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, want the wings don't want the attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us. The House of Spiders too. Sounds like we got a DUI. Oh. Hey, ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. He puts forth a sound strategy, excellent. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well, then let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting as a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door looking for he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerged complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimum point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the wing. This location, you say? Ah wait, the door leads to a zone under Syndicate or Wayne's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the hostess began rushing in through the door. Didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Why are there 4 enemies though?
자, 싸울 준비는 끝났을까?
You two are new, aren't you?
무엇을 그렇게 깝깝하게 쳐다만 보고 있고 그런다냐? 놈들 세 번째 봤어 이거.
Seems to be the same though. Seem to be the same, you just have different. No, I think your skill tree is different. Paint and unfurl. Paint and unfurl. You just have a different icon. But you are basically the same. So I will not have to worry about you at all.
그걸로 하지.
Another trap I would get. No. 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 No.
아이씨, 짜증나.
Everything's going wrong. Well, auto thing. That's everything right. Good job, Auto.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 정도쯤은
I wish I knew how to talk. Talking is such a complicated matter. Especially if you're scared of every human being.
피해 산출값이 예상
So
범위를
what
벗어났는데요?
if they think bad of you?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고
How are you supposed to reply?
의사 시간대로 볼 때는 빨리 정진해주고
I don't
대성공이야.
want to hurt anyone.
다른 신나. 노래 부를까?
신인 멤버들도 저분들처럼 해주시면
Glad we didn't get
좋을 텐데.
staggered.
일단은
Can we also
이죠.
please?
통신체의 뒤틀림 덕후
Insanity.
외워야 할
Oh, what was that
난
saying?
맞잖아.
우와, 가름도 깜짝.
3 more rounds.
딱 때도
Then buff for everyone. Not 3 more rounds, 3 more attacks. That is 1 more round.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨
There we go.
매일 좋아하는데
Otis. Here's him.
지금은
Honestly, I like this Otis. Even if she's just 2 stars.
나쁘지 않아.
Surely she gets better with the upgrade. Upgrade 5. Upgrade 5 is the word I'm searching for.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하겠다.
반려자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니
How many of you
당연한
are there?
결과일 테지.
Oh. If we propose. Good job, you repose.
그래.
Annihilated them.
반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
Is even anyone still alive?
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
One is still alive. Well, not for long.
놀라.
gone.
놀만치 노른 것 같은 게
Reduced to
진짜
atoms.
싸게 치워불고.
Well, reduced to artwork.
고생들이었다.
I don't think the wing would reduce someone to atoms. That would be less material. We need that material. My god.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
art.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
Just 500.
파시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to your full, we managed to cut the door category workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door. To made my life a whole lot easier. That all thanks to the manager's excellent strategy. Next up the farm corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around here, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expressed his interest in the affirmation. Ah, that. In the farm's corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the coming and going of the farm's members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs have been diligently keeping them up there. At least, the last entry was written not so long ago. By the contents of those notes were all that's interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valencia's pretty scrap paper. He's been keeping up with this useless shit this whole time, huh? Useless shit? Remnants of a desperate search for where to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket cards. I've marked any door that needs work with a drone. There should be... Why not just with color? There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some left over work to take care of over here. So, I've been noticing this throughout our interaction. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seems to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. We caught our conversation with you back at Peacock. They're deeply uncurious and different. Just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporation employee in the city. Understand, we will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton, well done. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfair company employees were huddled around, we decide to follow the corridor to the left. Oh. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the wing, maybe? Going by the silhouette, they're unlikely to be members of the wing. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, fuck, dying. Huh? It's the detective, some stubby guy I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Lou, respectively. Gregor, you exist? The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer you approached him. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fault. This is the third time this occurred? What are you doing? Managed to discuss this issue with the manager once this constellation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Gregor's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you. We're right where it happened, but the arm is stable, see? Ironic, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. Understand what you might be worrying about, but I don't see even the clearest tones of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise for you in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring at me face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needed to keep her shoes on and it's all good. Dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. Yeah, sure about eavesdropping on him like that. Geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an ES about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interruption of Ryoto's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of the conversation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oto stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right, damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. Never was, and I can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Afterwards, now let's revisit a question you could answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight. Just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostile or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who's worried about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrade, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control. There's nothing I can do to even breach. Grace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash disarray. You never know when its symptoms set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first one to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflict silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that at present there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we have to, no matter what lurks in the past of our sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? I see, you're afraid you end up hurting us. Well, that's at first I thought I could give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. A bit saddening to hear that? You know how it is, Hongu. We the bus team didn't exactly get off to a walking good start. But for our journey I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet fuck with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Isang, made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. Wager. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again, because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, barely holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, nothing else. This really brings back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of your journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be worse. Should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering, the same cannot set for most people in the city. Now, that's something I never expect to hear from you. I guess you're right. We are seeing this through to any kind of end. This would be the place to do so. No matter, not many places in the city have something wrong to them like this one does. Boy, this citation thing pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Hongu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participates in that war must have gone through more or less the exact same experience with Moses, Otis, and even Valencia. That piece of work. We can't attack a number of our misfortunes if there was something to be measured. When I fled from my past, Hardest to avert my eyes from it, but you, Gray, you are not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you come to pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. All those years I slipped by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with phantoms of suffering that are both inevitable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pains. Still, there's one thing common to everyone, is that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resent me, even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart then bleed me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you had your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Oh man, I knew we've been swapping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find it. Yeah, sure, Dante. Ah well, would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? DA? Temporary ally. Not temporary company. No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an ass, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone I didn't know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Here, do you know which door the thumb's nurse are most attached to? Huh? No, duh. That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? You said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died? Damn, that's unexpected. Being weird for a sec here, I thought he was a total goner. Swap side. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes? You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without scary lady. Always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her in the spine? You! Look, I think you might be training wrong. Cause, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That's not how my masters instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt. Oh, sir. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Whoa, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshi even came here. It's a post-textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't let me redirect that question towards you, Yoshu, hopefully this touches upon one of your most intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even need Doc's help. Piece it back together. It's that one. The door with the metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch of fucking flyweight. why are those G-Corps or even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to your ticket? Not really. I'm fine, you know. I don't break easy. Should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission, boy. They really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a egg. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Kind of. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments and they're ready to patch me up the moment I get back to fear. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been years in the smoke wolf. Yeah, fighting in the smoke wolf took a long lot out of her and left her entirely exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who thought that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone we called the consigliere of the farm visited the House of Spiders, the tutor, and that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced... Why do I have a hair on my nose? Shit-faced stubber day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. But on why though? So I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulations that prevent smoke war business from moving into I-Cop and K-Cop nests? The common thread between these foes war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scene there, huh? Too. But doesn't that mean that that bag that drops us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this one not giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do have any means to treat whatever that slumbers within his arm. We do not. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his past, painful past. It's the other way around. That so we can come to understand that the war is really over and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you. Then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. Oh. While her suggestions may seem blunt, it's one of the basic treatments of M-Corps. Secretary centers. Fine then. Guess I open it up. Weiger walked up to the door, grabbing his hands, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths, and with one arm he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. We don't want to die. Huh? Okay, it's nice to have a place to go back to, yo. Alright. Happy 15th birthday! But you can't possibly have to check the cheek to call me cruel. You, decapestre, far more messed up than I ever was. Whipping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still. Oh no. Surely the next one isn't a fighting stage. The next one is a fighting stage. Okay, that speaks well, it's 4 enemies. And Gregor is a fixed member. Okay, Gregor. What am I gonna do?
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
연구자에게 자꾸 물리력을 취급하게 하는 건 좋지 않다만
이 떨림.
I
소재가
take your
준비됐어.
transmog up, I think. Even if I really like this transmog. But now it's gonna be taken though. But you get a headpad. Okay, enough headpads. One more headpad. That is important.
자,
자.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 주고.
문을 열
Sadly, I
시간인가.
don't have the new one yet. Let's either him or him. I think I'm taking vampire.
고래를 향해
부름이
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
Yes, I
선원
know.
집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Office? This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kinda ready to be shocked thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip for us. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall. Can't help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know. Can do whatever you want. That way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the sound of metal clanging. Nobody will catch you, nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Wagon grins a bit, mocking smile, directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walk up behind me to get my attention. High up just hard to head to the howler, hey, bet higher. And I swim right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veterans employment, right? But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considerate for that. I was better off than most. Wager. Head manager Ted? Wager whipped around his head and instinctively leaping to his other arm. Go. Needed the cable. It's you standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be. The account that guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found a new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you're gonna sell that commemorative coin, some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how life's to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with bad hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an ex-VP messing with you like he was a warmer to himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstrap, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah. I'm preaching to the shore, aren't I? That guy, is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepophors a few days ago? His name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixers for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? But he's the real president's family. He's the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, is that people obsessed with back in my days aren't all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreets kid like myself don't have a glory days. Look back and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left is to go up. I know that one. You've said something like that before, yeah? Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthetic you've got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I didn't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chattered, excited a light stream of smoke. It slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it doesn't mean we are forbidden to live through the nightmares of the past over and over again. We are being cursed to relive the pain and suffering in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget, then might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, but can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seemed to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that though. I manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Yeah, I would always say the same of those suffering from the cruelty narrative in living. Still live on, just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and found look shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy grays seemed to give way to just a hint of blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't worry, I'll be fine. The big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of the resistance, anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, a weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think he followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Ellen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during the operation. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's those assholes again. Weird, the code is not placed for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked at past Otis just in time to see Faustus pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get the wing nurse for the corridor. Well, we can't let them through, can we? Kill them all! Annihilate them! Kill them all.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어주시겠죠.
I never doubt you. Because you never. You're my favorite sinner.
24개의 늑골이차 안에는
자세 틀림은 없게.
There's no bigger sin than doubting you.
나쁘지 않다.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다. 오판이라 말해도
변인 통제는 주의하게.
너무 오래 보고 있지 마. 홀려버려도 보이지 않을 테니.
Let's continue then. Wake up, please win this, so you get sanity this time. Thank you. You're helping all the wings with the charge. I do plan on doing it later. Still haven't done hardcore update. I've done no runs but only floor 5. Not any further. But I
여정을 시작했을 때보다
I don't know
정말
why.
강해지셨나.
Human.
매일 좋아하냐.
Sometimes I wish I didn't.
감회가 새로워요.
But I forever wish to exist, but I wish I weren't that weak in my story. I want to learn to war. I'm sure something today. And Faust is not win this one. Managed that.
노력은 가상하지 마.
I must Vega. Yes, Vega. Not this way yet.
먹어치워라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
I do actually have all the weapons. I have all the sinners. I collect them.
ドクター
Now I
の
can make a
優れた式
take a
です
picture of the next time.
옛날에 외부 강도를 뛰던 것이 생각나네.
이걸로
I'm sure I can put this more than that.
진짜를 다 들어버려.
Team attack. I don't think he needed this. I think he's doing...
이제 승리겠네요.
already been better now.
이제 힘을 보여드려야겠군요.
Ah, she's taking a close up.
예술의
지원하지.
How many more?
그만 지킬 줄 알았으면 빨리 좀 하지 그랬냐?
This will be a painful round for you. Lu is ready.
짜증나게.
노력은 가상하지 마.
Do you wanna...
통성을 타고 일시방전.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑
So how long do you plan to wait? Thank you. There we go. They are gone.
퇴장 시간이 되어.
And dead.
그럼 안녕.
Oh, one survived somehow.
저희 영감은
But now every wing is blocked.
그게 체격이.
신체파의 이웃을
And another
주물줄
skill
시간.
from both.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연히
Yes, the talent. It's a real enemy. Even though I really like the design.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠다. 어디? 시험들에게 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
Maybe learn sewing someday.
이제 친해졌네요. 지금처럼 엄마와 함께
Like something
이곳저곳을
similar.
다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
Thank you. Yeah.
언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
약지에 감긴
alright.
세 바퀴의 반지는
can say
마에스트로가
someday,
되기 위해
someday.
인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
But when we think
비록
who knows?
지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Who are my announcers?
여전히 반지에
You will
부끄럽지
never
않은
leave my announcer
작품을
list.
선보이고 있는
just
것
saying it.
같네요.
반갑습니다.
Sandro,
K사 식량자원
You are
개량부
allowed
연구소
to talk.
소속 3조입니다.
don't want you.
K사의 적출 업무를 돕기 위해 파견되었습니다. 이 시청각 자료가 도움이 되면
이 쓰잘데기 없는 일.
Not my
이런 것도
favorite.
필요해?
The
너희
yapper.
진짜 재밌게 사는구나. 그래, 못해줄 것도 없지. 조수라고 부를래?
So
아니면 허버트?
sad. Even sadder.
대프라고는 하지 마. 그건 별로 재밌지가 않아. 아참, 너무 많은 시간.
라만
Who's
사람들을
next?
뒤엎는다.
This time it's just two enemies, which could be a bad sign. Once we dealt with the Bowser who invaded the farm nursery destroyed Korea, we left for the Index and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. So they're not imperfect anymore, great. Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's you know, you keep summoning us when we're in the middle of something, so I decided I might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over Snack, topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Oh. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up in a me-shaped indent in a cake was about to go down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked on you with days before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm taking it on because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor, I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other, There's something you don't remember? Oh right, Pure Blood doesn't remember Soa. Yeah, Soa's gone. Soa, I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. That's someone who used to live here? Well, yeah, well, Soa was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Gosh, the Index apprentice, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and the pinky lack them? I would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the fingers kept an apprentice each. With trace I might my recollection, yet I find it like following a trail of airless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representation of the pink-haired index are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else other than myself for once. As it seems that I was the only one who remembered the two apparently we traced back to our first meeting and we shared what I knew about her. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, I actually cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. He probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy intimates from the anime. You are pretty on point. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a wave. Ryosho? Let's say the words made of string of threads. So with every slash this blade would be cutting through. The flow of strands that train and compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryosho fell silent again, save for the sound of a cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn. It totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deed. I've had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove steals to like even make full use of his sword. Honestly, you need a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps, Papa. EO, there's plenty already. Oh, so true, I guess. Slicing your own memories away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for the corridor? Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the indexer used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us in an army of indexes. They're rarely gathering in big groups. And he said that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what was that for you? Why? Did you just hit me with that sword-handed? He didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw where you just scared. Suddenly jerking to the side, nodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I want SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard I left a mark on my arm. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but sounding like it was irritated by something. Stop interrupting for her. This is why she won't stop making up some nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Oh yeah? Wait, that voice just now sounded like Arias. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryosho didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided to declare no one else but I saw in full detail how the scarab came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine his wildest dreams that the scarab poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upon his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Here the indicated as to what almost this gobbling normal wooden doors, so featureless that it could have mistaken it for one of the dozens of doors we walked past in Avernest. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musky air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. What the fuck is this place? and emerge from what happened to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whatever the master and bear wearing, he'd walked through the store. So, who are they? The index. Signs of life. There were people living down here just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paperslip? We were only executing a pre-script. I've had it with this reason though. At least you don't make any annoying beeps. The basement was stocked with shelves, daily and non-perishable foods. And the cells were completely empty, save for what looked like makeshift bathrooms in each of them. It is likely that the stun was used to prison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously, this room seems to have been used for something worse than simply incantations. Among house conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just a the Black Silence roleplay. See. And just crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you not? You cannot enter through the store. Oh, I see. Another with a body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the priest forbids it. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stay as far as possible from anything it has to do with the gods, I mean prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me an indication as to where the door connects to. Out to this right, we're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we wanna get an idea of where this door leads. Queen's been using this basement then. I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough to cross off the list. Still, it has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright, then let's push through. Executing your command, executive manager. Otis. The will of the priest is absolute. Is it though? You sure about that?
아무래도 책상에서 이것저것 발명만 하던 나는 너희 같은 현장 일은 잘 모르긴 해. 그래도 관심이 있어서 종종 많이 찾아봤으니까 어떻게든 도움은 될 거야.
왜? I believe in you, Marosite.
그걸로 하지.
I thought, oh, you would never do anything wrong. Good job on you. Good job, Gregor, even if you made it more exciting than it had to be. Okay, good job, Marosite. Now it's just Ryoshu. No? Yes? One quiz group. 1, 2. There we go.
대성공이야.
One
가면
Sega.
신나.
How many of you are there? Just 8?
런던이 떠올랐어.
8? That's not that bad. Please, Gregor.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Good job. Just saying.
이제 흥미졌나요?
Yes. Good job. And one is dead. Maybe 2?
이 정도쯤은
Nope, just 1.
엎쳐!
중계에 안 잡히니 그저
Okay,
무력
not
행사뿐이라고
everyone needs to
생각해.
target him.
원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
2 people
일리
should
있는
be
의견.
more than enough.
그걸로
행진의 꽃. 이것이 선옥의 피날레다.
I really like this episode.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어.
가사한다.
바보.
I mostly have my team together because of things I like. And the wing is one part of that.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요.
My
역시
favorite thing is
유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으면
close between wing and
전투도 손쉽게
middle.
이루어지네요.
Both are really cool.
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
I think I like the wing just a little bit more. They are a little bit more diverse in what they do. I think there's a lot of different art.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
And they can kill this one.
보여드려야겠군요.
Okay.
예술을.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이신가요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한번 베푼
Far
이상
away.
낙장
일리 있는
불입이랍니다.
그걸로 하지.
Obviously, we also you do your best. And you do
뭐가
good.
치워라.
전투 감각 하나만큼은
Now you.
수감자가
And he dies before you can attack.
이제
Good enough for me.
그 도통 알아들을 수 없는
예?
말투만 고치.
This one is dead.
겠어. 자본 수감자.
아이씨,
Darn it.
짜증나게.
Too high.
밀크림은 완성.
Next turn should be pain for
빠르게
them.
칠하자.
이라스타데오 테마 전부
Yes.
녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
What would we need? Red and... don't have any of those.
감상은 어떤가요?
Come on, hit head! He has less sanity than you! What the fuck are you doing? Oh, serious? That's what I just said.
퇴장 시간.
Yes, I agree.
그럼
I think they're staggered now.
항상
Oh,
그렇게
yes, no.
시원하게
일깨워
But
주시고
Otis is now stronger.
일정
밀크림은 완성.
And Otis needs it.
빠르게 칠하자.
Otis is still
쓰레기 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
2-star. Otis is pretty strong. Otis for 2-star is one of the stronger ones.
퍼레이드와
And that's good.
피날레.
But I hope she gets to be a basically 3-star as soon as they have that far.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여보.
Get a bit of strength.
13조 2항에 맞추려
Especially because we don't get 2-stars anymore.
놀만치 노른 것 같은
I
게
think it's only fair if all the 2-stars get leveled up to a 3-star then.
고생들이었다.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of Duran Star. Come on, it's not like you wanted to be Duran Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's there up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. Never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeking? Why bother peeling back to heavens to see what is beyond? Those waiting of yearning needn't waste the heads skyward. Am I seeing Aria's memory? Doc, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. So where are we?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의
저
반지는
Like what?
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
I bow my head
비록
before you.
지금 제 작품이
Oh, wait, my
만인의
yes.
신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
That's not where I want to go.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보 보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Oh.
가자. 죽이라.
Well, if they stand in our way, they die.
아무래도 책상에서
Ooh, you got
이것저것
an extra
발명만
one
하던
this time.
나는 너희 같은 현장 일은 잘 모르긴 해. 그래도 관심이 있어서 종종 아니 많이 찾아봤으니까 어떻게든 도움은 될 거야.
Yeah, you ain't winning anything. Defense then. Nothing I can do against half of those.
점 찍었네.
Well, done. Oh, done.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Surely you will not fuck up. I should have spoken to one.
전시관스 작동.
We'll just get replaced. Oh, Otis, I'm so sorry.
Up.
You might actually die. I cannot save you. A stagger. Another one. Well, at least one of them is staggered.
막고 있는 꿀을 보니 그다지
Oh,
유쾌하지
they're leaving her alone this turn.
관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
And the
감상은 어떤가요?
best I can do here. Oh no, please. Thank you. Just 15 away because we still fixing sanity? Come on, you get sanity here. Yes! Don't stun him because chaos. A lot of chaos. We also get stunned here anyway. So that's how that idea works. And Isang gets very painful treatment.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
Please do not provoke.
어디?
I beg of you.
쉬운
Swagger! What the fuck?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Never saw it. I believe in you. I always do. And what a surprise. You've done your job.
서북의 피날레다. 왕의 비율에 하사한다.
And that is that will go from well. Meditation. More sanity for you. You lol! And you promoted! But you promoted us against one guy. Good. I take it. Finish him.
내가 알아서 처리해.
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
Hopeless, hopeless. Who is it? You and you. You try to tank. Tank. Please, Ryoto.
너가 치워라.
아이씨,
Use
짜증나게.
sanity regeneration. It's so far away. I can't do it. Soon the wings will get buffed. Vega, I completely believe in you. You made it closer, but you did it.
비뚤어졌구려.
I don't want to stagger. I don't want to stagger too. That is good. One tank doesn't have to eat. Okay. I don't want to stagger too. No one has to be paid.
자, 봐라. 아까부터 두드려 맞더만. 이것밖에
Ah, it's time.
거기 주잡스럽게
No place is gonna
뭐가지
do that.
부시기 해보는 것이 낫겠냐.
All gang up on this guy.
감상은 어떤가요?
If he survives,
비뚤어졌구려.
which I kinda doubt.
왕의 비율.
I don't think anyone will survive here. Well, unless they're not targeted. Anyone who's targeted will be dead, I think.
퇴장 시간이 되었다.
Oh, maybe he survived.
그럼
No, I don't think he left.
하늘이 갑자기 확 돌아갔어.
And buff for all wings.
솔직하게 말해서 한 번에 이렇게 강한 공격을 할지는 모르고 아주 옛날에 만든 기계를 가지고 왔거든. 뭐 정확한 수치는 몰라도 아무튼 대단한 공격에 성공한 거네. 자부심을 갖도 좋겠어.
I just have a buff. Yes. You haven't transformed it. The problem is that. You also things?
왕의 비율.
Hey, a lot more painful than
노력은
the
가상하지만
wing.
완성.
대성공이었군요. 다른 신문 노래 부를까?
지원하지.
확 쉬어버리구만. 싸울
Dramatic
생각도 없는 놈한테 흔드는 거지.
Inspiration. I
이게
don't have
어떤
the things. I just have the stress.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간입니다.
I am pretty sure they're both dead. And Naomi? Yes.
절벽에 그을 잡고 한 번에 나쁘지 않아요. 이제야
And
진상.
one lives.
このままいけば
But he has more bleed than he can live.
이제 끝났네.
And that
너희들이
isn't
원한
his
대로
only
된 거
problem.
맞지? 아 여기저기 부서진 것 같은데 저건 우리 직원들 시켜서 고쳐야겠다. 수리
No, humans still don't like us. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up. Not sure, but heaps at least dust their homes once in a while. A thick layer of dust covering every surface, and the bloaty wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lives here must have had a child. Look, there's a drawing and dolls too. So it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Did something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee. And they've never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggests that. The open door, the a single shoe just laying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. Yeah, I don't know, it's kinda hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshi? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is signed beyond recognition, and whatever documents they were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse for the ruin. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryosho's hand. By some miracle he survived. There's a chance he come after Ryosho again, but Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryosh would ever see her. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryosh piece together another memory. He's been recording new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. What does it mean?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 제품을 뜻하죠.
기능보다 소재의 원본을
For the finale, you exist. Now, we just have to... Wait, do I still have a thing? Yes. I should use them if I have them. There's literally no reason to save them. I don't think my voice will make this story, Mercer. I'm reading your story later. I'm extremely interested in the ring. But I don't think my voice will live. Maybe I read it when I do the mirror dungeon. Or maybe if I wait a week and then we just read both. And just try not to get spoiled until then.
아슬아슬한 합격점이었다는 생각이 드네요. 오늘도 끝났네.
That sounds like an idea.
끊어놨어. 숨통. 죄다.
Yo, level
배로
100!
돌아가자.
Finally! I do not do this.
끊어놨어. 숨통. 죄다. 배로 이제 돌아가자.
Not you. You. You more.
이번에도 합격점을
It's gonna
맞았습니다만
be one more. Isn't it?
점수가 높진 않았습니다.
Maybe even two.
거의 모든 피드백을 반영했다고
It's
생각합니다.
one more.
더 개선할 수 있는 방법이 떠오르지 않는 것이 문제군요.
That makes 6 boxes. I still have way more than I need, so I think this is okay.
끊어놨어. 숨통. 죄다. 배로 이제 돌아가자.
There we go. And sadly I do not have Bordion, but I do need the lunacy because... Fine. My favorite arbiter. I need her. This is it.
마침내.
Let's... After leaving Ruin's Squad, we explored the Index Corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryo's memories back together. Great work, now that leaves just the Pinky Nose for our corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridors, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to develop into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have enough assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Helen returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but wanna take a look around here anyway. Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse's room had a particular structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous ones. Even though it was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard to tell every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen. How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone you all have met. You all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by Akashi. Yep. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I TikToked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense, after all his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Cop that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. The scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievable. The scabbard. I was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. What's boxed lunch that kids bring to grade school with sausages cut like octopuses and tamaki? A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? Ah yeah. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunching box rivalry? No, I want octopus sausage. And why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopus. And why are we cutting sausages in octopus shape? Because it's a dorbs. That's why. Something like this. Something like this? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shell. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like this. A real life octopus. I gotta be a dorbs. Isn't it all the SD once it goes down to go? Why is it so important? Bobby, there's nothing like a school lunchbox wiper. IDU? Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? I mean, I don't understand. That's when you say I came. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshi Arya shared. Dinners, me and Arya, even as a scarab, could imagine or recall them in film. But for Ryoshi, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of the memories together by going over these places, do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked her, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead, don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heath poised to fight, hands on their weapon. This way, manager. And Marisol, who realized that what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those waves. Figured he sent more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through the pool here, where we just been standing. Ooh, you are beautiful. Wolfmas, it really is a maestro been said. The space is already occupied. So you're Rodion. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike Hephaestus, We had encountered this where she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But a subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of fog civility. Oh, you're at the right dress, lady. Bob Ang's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what we said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What does that mean? The Farsus got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Archiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she completed or not. Ryoshu as he is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Wufo. Yoshida the... You're cute. The blade covered by the 5 fingers, Master Callisto Final and Open masterpiece. As a docent of Faustum, please allow me to the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unophoristic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Wufu's request with a hurt reply. And Arya too wetted angry in the docent general direction. Then I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of undoing. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her wings suggests that she's a docent of the school of Fountain, a positive comparator of that of a character of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Barely. That maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even Lei Heng. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HOM. Half or more like those are. Half or more. Dude, really? Then why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? Was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. Don't trust such momentous projection in the hands of one such as Callisto. Why everyone agrees that this is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His overview recovered from the house were more tools than art. The sort that the likes of workshop mice might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mutilated things and call them art. And now I must ask for your forgiveness for assuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed in this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity which you scarred the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye. For art. Yoshida, I asked you, have you Ever considered pursuing art of a further and valid? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, began piling and emptying definitions onto itself. Gnosticism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call wild beast? Live positive. These are the subject matters that have led us forcibly into a field of fertile creativity. Could you, a reader of that relic, enter the bowels of our movement, I will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater worth than what you have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty amongst the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least amongst the wings art or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the ones I pursue. The ones you pursue? Didn't decide to claim to have seen clue you in. Oh, it did. I do understand. Newer art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon close observation releases a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting structure. Your blade work too shows such military dances. Mere keenness often entails mundanity. Yet have transcended such limit by scorching the tail end of each sledge. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities. They fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The soul condensed in a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the roar of reason, the fading gleam of despair in you. You give no thoughts to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead, observing over the curiosity qualifies of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention beneath, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu, ready to scabbard. Pointless fossils, preparators, blue whales, cubits. I've visited my share of wing galleries. Here they camaraderies, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definition buried under symbols. Caked in patchwork and empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callistus keep trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Access is easy, anyone can do it. What beyond most is making it tangent, the art of aberration. Alas, if all is won by one away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely before the thread of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that cannot be found anywhere else. Wait, is this a minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pure pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the nature of germination, of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further evaluation is an impossibility. Funky, huh? A bit of abstract, isn't it? To remove the plane with a distinct lack of any meaningful and striking quality. What exactly is it that elevates your art above the fast-moving painter? We're the stubborn sort that mere words can convince. Indeed, there is no disciple more subjective than that of art. Discouraged concerning its nature may extend for days and on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I have to carve the white into your eyes. Please do that. I am afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer barbarism of aesthetics. I, docent of Limbus, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Okay, he has quite a crazy look.
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는
오래
것
보고
같아.
있지 마라.
칼은 기분
혼란이라도
나빠.
구해주지 않을 텐.
Okay, what do you do? The wings, though, of the turns that gain 2% for every allied fastening of the wing. If this unit used critique in listen, gain 2% in C5 instead of starting from next turn. Lower than minus double SP healing effect. If there are no allied students of the wing, gain 2 pressure and reduce the student's SP down to 0. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has one attack rate, there is an allied student of the wing. The said student take the attack instead, 2 times per turn. Excluding assistant units. Turn end of this unit use critique. If an allied first student of the wing was defeated in this encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student's unit. Every turn starts with students that you defeat with a usual effect gain. Allies defeated present offense level down. Combat end, click 1 per next turn. Strict in the outward appearance of each animal with a distinct purpose, and we less fasten are the ones who awaken and express the parity of those that we call wild beasts among them. And randomly apply offensive defense to thousand students. Turn and if an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. All attack has an appearance from the student to recover from stagger with 80 for next turn. Heal SP 45. Gain the effect of fixed panic turn panic set to 0. Gain a new pattern. Not struggling. Yeah, we start.
원래 말이야.
That is too many skill ones.
만한 상황이면
What the fuck?
뒤져봐야지. 할수 없이야.
At least give me a skill too, so I can clash.
혹시
with
모른 게
anything.
한번 살려줄 수 있는지나 물어보고 안 된다.
72조 사망 디행 사야. 이 확인된 강화 시술로 승지를 위협했으니 죽을 때까지 참아줘야 할 거다.
영감이 떠오른다.
Everything is favored. Please just gain
전이 시퀀스 작동.
Okay, that was very exciting.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가
That was
시작이
closer,
됐어.
but a win is a win. Holy shit. Otis.
더 야성적인 게 필요. 확실히 훌륭한 5번 수감제. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 했지.
Come on. You can do it.
기적
That is
생기기
really
딱
can't
한방 먹였어.
술적이네요.
He's gonna move me there. Favor here. Favor there. Favor. Everything is favored
감상은
but
어떤가요?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
The drop on them? Was favored. No, I was unfavored either. Yep, please don't please no. Holy shit.
나쁘지 않고
Good job, Otis.
아따 팍하고 터진 것이 제법 보는
What
것이
the fuck are
있던게.
you doing?
나머지도 싸게 터뜨려야
Slash power for every type of negative effect on target. Now he has slash power. That is important. What? Use this more?
점 찍었네. 내 팔은 변해 있었어.
아, 여기서 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는구나.
짜증나게.
수많은 것들이 옮겨온다.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
이쯤은
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상이다. 이런 푹신한 날은 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
영감이 떠올랐어.
퇴장 시간이 되었다.
Yeah, 그럼 most of you.
안녕히.
대성공이야. 잘 영감이야.
Buff every wing member of the team.
합격장.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
Okay. He's going away. Watch if there's another phase.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
See this?
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
Boss taking off the toes.
아, 너희가 아까 생공격을 한 바람에 바늘이 저 끝까지 들어가서 안
Wait,
들어.
is that from Hong Lu?
나 이거 잠깐 수리 좀 해야 할 것
Does he
같은데.
build that? What the fuck?
이 옷에는 드라이버를 안 가지고 다녔나? 잠깐 집중해야 하니까 말 그만할게. 아, 너희 잘했어.
And two attacks are gonna be redirected to him. Oh, that's not that bad.
대가를 딱 떼고
One.
파우스트? 신체
파우스트
파의
getting-
예술을 보여줄
Oh, that's a
시간이다.
waste.
저의 뼈를 그리자.
Oh, it's AoE.
저의 살로 채워라.
Oh god.
외면의 예술.
방금의 공.
분모하면서
그
Oh my god,
돌아가
that?
의견을 나누지.
Swagger. There was no reason for this, Swagger. I almost choked on my own hair because of you.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Just wanted to mention that. You almost make me choke on my own hair, Swagger. That isn't very nice.
아차!
Now I saw it.
개라는 소리를
내가?
듣는다 한다.
Next phase?
지원하지.
必要な戦いであれば
What are you doing? Just new skills I won't need. I do not trust. Wait, which is your skill 3?
작품을 고안하는 중.
This green.
용건만 간단히.
Can use this for healing.
감상은 어떤가요?
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
Ooh!
지원하지.
キャスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒で
What
きて
the fuck are you doing now? Why do you have 8 new protection? In the turn, this unit uses a powerful attack minute max plus 15. Make minus 15 unopposed attacks. Deepest 30% of unopposed attack. The slot targeting by a single unopposed attack is plus 2 aggro, reduce the increased damage. Plus 5% per aggro. On Clash Loose, gain 1 damage up. 5 times as well. At turn end, or at attack end, if a skill is a sinner, the damage of the effect expires, okay? What else is new? Turns that gain 8 protection. Gain 2 field. Turns that for every type of negative effect on this unit. On Flash, Blue, using Burst of Powerful Sympathy on your skin, gain 2 fragile from this effect instead for the next turn. Gain 1 defense level each time this unit is hit by a skill or not. Turn and defense level gain expires. On Flash, Blue, using Burst, you have a really good thing. On Flash, using 1 defense skill that for the next turn. Next one. Next one. Yeah, that's good. Don't have. We have many good stuff. Or something like 1. But you're not very confident. You cannot track it all. So I will have to do that. Then suddenly okay.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
Yes, yes. Out of insanity. And give her all the negative effects you have.
합격장.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Now. Suddenly one day.
내 팔은
Not a good ego, but I forgot to equip Epic. What happened?
눈을 떼지 마라. 한순간이라도 묻힌다면 영원히 방황할 테니.
30 damage is still better than whatever I would have gotten. Okay, Mercer. You did your thing. And I completely believe him. I have no problem.
동랑님 지시로 응원용 파이를 사오긴 했지만 여건상 드시기 힘드시기에 제가 대신해서 먹어드리겠습니다.
You'll stop having skill 1. Actual pain in the ass. Dominant. Favor. Favor. It's the last thing that happened, so it shouldn't be that bad. Right?
영감이 떠올랐어요.
There's some more sanity.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
21. Now. Wait. Can I get back to mouse? Holy shit, mouse on it. Thank you. You locked in.
증기압축 피스톤 압력제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간부터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거. 뭐랄까 유지. 발사.
But still. You did win the clash. Now just here. Oh.
하품이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
What are you? Well, has target attack. This gear does not trigger defenses. Every type of negative effect, maintain. Okay. House does not have flashing. Dominant.
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh, Faust, thank you. You gave me a bloody heart attack there with the chariot. But you pulled through.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
That still hurts. Ow.
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
Favor.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하자.
Down to 12.
저의 뼈를 손에 잡고 저의 술로 채워라.
Technically.
외면의 예술.
That is good damage from Faust.
올바른 물질끼리 맞붙을 때 느껴지는 카타르시스는 아마 대체할 수 있는 것도 많이 없을 거야. 너희도 딱 지금 그걸 느꼈을 것 같아.
8. Holy shit, I wouldn't have fucking pulling through the entire game. Taking me out to W. And is there something more? It's almost down to 500. That could... not yet. But there's not much... Oh, this will bring it down to 500 at least. Maybe even 400.
브레이크 슬랩!
직원들이 유리한 조건에 있습니다.
Bing,
아.
it is.
동랑님이 말씀하시길 이번 전투가 성공적으로 끝난다면 근사한 회식에 데려가 주신다고 하더군요.
Over.
S사 툭불 소고기로.
어디 시험해보지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
use his one skill again. But I don't think she lit this turn. Fuck her. No? Just die.
더 약해라는 소재를 통달한다.
It's over.
단테님은 매번 기발한
이제
발상을
끝났네.
떠올리시네요.
소재로
너희들이 원한 대로 된 거 맞지?
Some bullshit.
아 여기저기 부서진 것 같은데 저건 우리 직원들 시켜서 고쳐야겠다.
That's victory.
수리 대금도 받고
No
시민들도 금방 편해질 테고.
I really like her.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의
I know.
반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
Eh, fuck.
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Please stay.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은
No,
작품을
no.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Okay. See? You're already looking much better with those anime parts removed. You're serious about counting your own movement. I already answered that. Any time under the first thing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The doctrine raises a giant arm as though to strike us in final act of defiance, then slams it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence and Duncan suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least the last words were going to be... Thus we are made both with yet another finger, the wing. Let's not doom and gloom already, felt. We beat an awful of the fingers all on our own for the first time. Didn't we? I see this as a pretty definitive win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. McGregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. Hey. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere bee anymore longer. We're with Clock. Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occurrence don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. But I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Why do you speak not such foully? For the joy of my comfort, mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Why, it's not like we've shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logic through process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Just leave this room. Ishmael walked out through the door we entered through and appeared from behind us. Ah shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air on the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the limitations of wings and backstreet. Ah, so this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Was the broken door we might, however, waits us but a brief jaunt to the pinky nurse hall's azure corridor before we turn us to this room. Rooms now lock in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we take. Anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to a regular flow of time, unlike the warp train, will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days thanks warriors. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. Not like we're about to walk into one of the ACOP branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Look like we're going to have to give this room a... Oh, search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories to deal with that? No, that sword. It still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memories it slices away this time, but at least something recent or one I hold dear. Oh, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembered the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of this sleepier tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryosha's arm. Though Ryosha and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryosha's reckless attitude towards sacrificing our memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear them? Nerds. They'll be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't you just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the roof and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a great risk of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but will that mean if that brick wall of Amaeus run us right into this room? That wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing red flags. Hella risky move, yeah, but I think your shield and OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we get lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. Will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. Been a fun excursion, Clock. I look towards the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the blade cleaved through the wall, so does it Ryosha's memories. Are we really getting... Are we really getting somewhere? The thin sand of Aya's image, which had just begun to slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Oh no. Even still, Arya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryosha's memories. Ah. Damn. The next destination. It's Encore. The next destination is Encore with Vampire-headed Kim. Ah, welcome back! Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding this door holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups, requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operation as soon as possible. even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that our bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying, preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Aha, I thought everyone knew. I mean, it's open secret at this point. A Corp has already fallen. W Corp is hovering on the brink of collapse. We called us the aspiring W Corp. We call Limbus company the aspiring A Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone A Corp, the current W Corp still kicking desperate, despite its rapid declining in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them up. The only natural business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Anyway, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This reflects pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. We can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Ellen, we returned to the forward base. And shared with Hohenheim everything that happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. Though we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, result out yet? Not yet, since I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgot that already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she goaded Tifa, but I could sense a definite undercurrents of anxiety from the way she keeps puffing a cigarette to a stop at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glass is gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mysteries in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves the appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such results would not have been replicated had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallway and grab any passing research and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "War done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, sometimes seem to speed up the analysis and manage to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. What, done already? Yes. There are times when the test results are expected earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. And why aren't you saying anything? Give me it now. You didn't tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm tempting to... What? Now you... What? You want attention? Oh, no. know. Sometimes you just wake up and want to tell. You just want to lay down on my leg? Okay, there you go. Sorry. You think she would ever use known acronym straight? What if it's something like sheesh, that's a full day unwind after work though? And your verdict on interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. He's better than MTL in some way. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment I might have caught a glimpse of a scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well then, I get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with the manager's sword? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had been him who I was referring to. That the sword wasn't here. But that kid right? I don't remember his name. Pilot. I forgot Pilot's name. That she did, among other miscellaneous deleted memories. 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the type of food she feeds to seagull. Not the seagull! Firepower! Does those memories, most precious to young girls and me, have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Don Quixote, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of achieving a sword like that. We're going to be by sheer volume. I wouldn't quite say meaningless. It's acceptable. To waste several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kinda sound like inconsistent memories, don't they? Rick and he forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories were achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbards of the thing here, or to be more precise, the power of Arya's ego. That's so Ryosho looked down at the scarab with an uncertain, hollow look in her eye. All that remains of Arya in Ryosho's recognition is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scarab seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of the sinners Ryosho's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Arya. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryosho regarded the scabbard with a conflicted look. So to approximate the outline of the void she left behind. Oh, so it got like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories. It wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memories of time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. According to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory in calculating the cost of wielding it. It becomes rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the wasted being's existence have resulted in failure. That's it, quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminiscent upon. Like Virgil said, forgotten but not lost. Log, you've just stepped foot into the world of Sanguia. He flashes the briefest of smiles and gathers it away with a plume of cigarette smoke, collecting the GB restored. What used to be her, the pocket of void in my heart, my one and only. Miyoshi gaze traces the invisible, unperceivable. A few more days passed by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sword and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there. Like helping the passing distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kinda feels like we're home again, return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chairs could use a little more cushioning, but this isn't anything like it. There isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your white, hella badass. What is she doing here? Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked team leader Ellen to send the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash the bus. Lots. So, what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit, to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but accompany you to them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me squibble over some dogs. Solitary confinement is hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to I'm out and about, right? I see. So you exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hire that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to be right. The person in charge of their training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from this shortage of manpower. I best indulge this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us, so well then, time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your face. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easy as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I wish to appreciate it. Such a reunion had low probability of occurring. That wasn't needed. I am not very particular to mathematically statistically like to approach you. I hope your prediction is that wide. Well then. Hey, Yoshida. What? Well, I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, see you later. Did I do that right? Acronyms. L. Equinize it into L and call me Ryoshi, not Yoshida. Before the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the whole bus. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Content acquired our next destination, Virgilius. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I've heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we faced such sight. Our next destination is District 14. Or in other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all, N-Corp. Plenty of faces. Yeah, I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various scribes and shouted discontent with N-Corp, Marisol, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him none of this changed anyhow. Now departing the room. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Next. And I'm still not good at talking. Suck at it. I wish I wouldn't. That's a dream for the future. A dream that may come true, or may not.
미안해요,
honestly,
파우스트.
cannot say.
갤러리 운영에 대한
Well,
자문
anyway,
요청